Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
Long years had passed since the fall of Sauron and the breaking of the Dark Tower. Peace had crept slowly across Middle-earth, like sunlight returning to the hollows of a long winter. The free peoples had begun to heal. Men rebuilt their cities, elves departed to the west, and the hobbits of the Shire tended their gardens in quiet joy. But under the towering peaks of the misty mountains where shadows clung to the broken bones of ancient halls, another story stirred, deep and grim, like the beating of a forgotten drum. In the year 25 of the Fourth Age, King Durin VII, called Durin the Reclaimed, stood before the broken gates of Khazad-dûm. The doors, once crowned with Ithilden runes and the proud sigil of Durin's house, were cracked and silent. The Watcher in the Water had long fled, and the Balrog of Morgoth had perished beneath Gandalf's wrath, yet the great halls remained forsaken. No song echoed in the deep, no forge burned, only cold silence reigned. But Durin's heart was bold, and his will like tempered iron. He was of the line of kings, son of Thorin III Stonehelm, and in his eyes burned the memory of legends. Some whispered he was the reincarnation of Durin the Deathless himself, returned to bring new glory to the Longbeards. And so, with a host of loyal dwarves, he came to reclaim the lost kingdom beneath the mountain. The dwarves set to work. Tunnels were cleared of rubble and webs, staircases shored up with stone and steel, fires returned to the forges of the upper levels, and once again, the ringing of hammers dared to echo in the deeps of Moria. Yet, as the dwarves pressed downward, seeking the wealth of mithril veins and hidden armories, strange things began to happen. Flickering shadows appeared where none should fall. Tools went missing, or returned changed, as if altered by unseen hands. A thick black mold grew along the deepest walls, cold to the touch, and slick with a faint, unnatural shimmer. The dwarves named it Durmazgal, the black light, for it gave off a faint glow like moonlight drowned in ink. Some said it was merely leftover sorcery from the Balrog's presence. Others feared worse. One night, Durin stood in the Hall of Echoes, where 7 great pillars rose like trees of stone, each carved with the faces of past kings. He had come alone to speak to the spirits of his forebears, as was the custom among the kings of old. A brazier flickered before him, casting red flame across the runes at his feet. And then he heard it. Not the voice of his fathers, but something else. A whisper, dry and soft, like silk dragging across bone. It spoke no words, yet its meaning seeped into his bones. Go deeper. It waits. Durin's eyes flared. He turned, axe ready, but there was no one in the hall. The fire stuttered, and in its last flickers he saw a shape on the far wall, a great shadow, tall and thin, with too many limbs and no face. And then it was gone. The next day he summoned his most trusted companions. There was Gnarly the Keen-Eyed, a scout and stone runner who could find paths in the darkest tunnels. Brock Copperbeard, master of hammers and breaker of stone, whose strength was matched only by his grumbling. Freyrin, son of Fundin, a warrior with eyes like polished jet, and an axe passed down from the line of Balin, and last, Vela, a runesmith of unmatched wisdom, the only daughter of Durin's kin whose quiet gaze saw deeper than most dared to look. "My friends," Durin said, his voice steady though shadowed with doubt, "we have opened the doors of our fathers, and the fires of Moria burn once more. Yet there is a sickness at the root of the stone." He told them of the whisper of the shadow, of the strange, shimmering mold that crept through the lower halls. "There is something beneath us," he said, "older than Balrog, older than memory. It stirs now that light has returned." Vela's brow furrowed. The darkness that fell upon Khazad-dûm was not born with Durin's bane. The Balrog fled here after Morgoth fell, but others may have come before him. Not all evil died in the war of wrath. Brock spat on the floor. "Then we dig it out and smash it to pieces." Freyrin only tightened his grip on his axe. "How deep?" Durin turned to the map carved in mithril across the wall, a great relief of Khazad-dûm from the crown of Caradhras to the roots of the world. "Beyond the 9th deep," he said, "to the place they called Barasnukul, the cold vault. Even our ancestors feared it. It was sealed before Durin the Deathless first laid his crown." A hush fell across the chamber. Even the fire seemed to grow dimmer. But none spoke against him, for they were Longbeard's kin of the mountain, and no shadow would keep them from their birthright. Thus, the company of 5 was formed, not a great host. Durin did not wish to rouse whatever lay beneath with the clamor of an army. They went clad in mithril and steel, with runes upon their helms, and the blessings of their people upon their shoulders. Downward they marched beyond the Forges of Light and the Hall of Records, past the water stair and the empty tombs of the old kings. The stone changed as they descended. Smooth-cut granite gave way to black rock, veined with a sickly sheen. The air grew still, and sound seemed to travel strangely, as if the very halls were listening. Gnarly scouted ahead, his lantern casting dancing shapes on the walls. He returned on the 3rd day, brow dark. "There's a door," he said, "ancient, sealed with iron and spell, but something beyond it pulses." When they reached the place, they found the door exactly as described, tall, seamless, and cold as death. Strange runes circled its frame, older than Khuzdul, etched deep into the metal like scars. Vela ran her fingers across the markings. "These are not dwarven," she whispered. "They speak of hunger, of silence, of darkness that eats light." Durin drew forth the key they had found in the vault of Balin, an heirloom of the elder kings, and pressed it to the center of the door. The stone groaned. A gust of air, cold and stale, rushed out like the breath of something long asleep. The door opened, and what lay beyond it was not the forgotten wealth of the dwarves, nor the deep veins of mithril. It was a tunnel of black stone, rough-hewn and wide. The walls pulsed faintly with that same dark sheen, the black light, as if the rock itself remembered a terrible dream and wept it through every pore. They stepped inside, and behind them the door shut silently. None had touched it, none looked back. Not yet. The deep had opened, and the black light watched. The darkness beyond the sealed door was unlike any Durin or his companions had ever known. It was not simply the absence of light as one finds in the deeper mines or the forgotten tunnels of the lonely mountain. No, this dark was thick and strange, clinging to skin and beard like a living fog. Even the torches they carried burned smaller here, the flames shivering and shrinking as if fearful of their own glow. Still, they pressed on, their boots echoing softly against the uneven floor. The tunnel sloped downward at a slow, steady angle, the walls close and damp. The further they walked, the more distorted sound became. The clink of armor, the ring of a dropped pickaxe. These ordinary noises seemed to echo longer than they should, only to fade too quickly, swallowed by the heavy silence ahead. Time itself felt uncertain. Vela paused, now and again tracing her fingers across the rock. She muttered to herself in Kuzdul, the language of the dwarves, and sometimes in a tongue none of the others recognized. Sharp, foreign syllables that scraped the air. Durin asked her once what she saw, and she answered only, "Memory, trapped in stone." On the fourth day beneath the surface, they reached a vast chamber. It opened suddenly without warning, as if the mountain had cracked inward to reveal a hollow heart. The ceiling vanished into shadow above, and massive stone columns rose like petrified trees, spaced wide and deep. Between them ran a chasm, black as pitch and eerily silent, with a narrow stone bridge arching across it. At the far end stood a doorway carved from obsidian, tall and thin, bearing no runes or markings. It glowed faintly with that same unnatural sheen. The black light. "Baraznukul," whispered Frerin. "The cold vault." Durin said nothing. He stared at the doorway, and a chill passed through him. Though there was no wind, he felt the weight of ages pressing down, not only of stone, but of silence. An ancient, watchful silence that had never known the warmth of fire or the sound of song. They crossed the bridge carefully. The stone beneath their feet was slick, and the chasm below offered no clue as to its depth. When they reached the other side, Vela stepped forward first. She placed both hands on the dark doorway, closed her eyes, and inhaled. "It's not locked," she said, "but it resists." "Resist what?" Brock asked, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Being opened? Being known?" Frerin grunted. "Then we force it. We came this far for answers, not riddles." Durin stepped beside Vela, and together they pushed. The door opened without sound. Beyond it lay a corridor, narrow and winding, filled with a faint humming sound, low and constant, like a deep drum buried in the earth. The light here was stranger still. It came from the very walls, which glowed in threads and veins of deep violet and gray, forming patterns that shifted when not watched directly. They moved quietly now, speaking only in hushed tones. The path twisted deeper, until it finally opened into a chamber unlike any they had yet seen. It was circular, the walls carved with a precision that no dwarf could claim. At the center stood a pedestal of jet-black stone, and upon it a shard of crystal, nearly a foot long, hovered in the air, spinning slowly. It gave off a pulsing light, not white, not golden, but something darker, like starlight seen through smoke, and yet it illuminated the chamber more fully than fire ever could. It cast no shadows. Gnarly stepped back immediately. "That's no dwarven relic," he said. "No," Vela whispered, "it's older." They gathered around the pedestal, but none dared touch the crystal. The air around it shimmered slightly, and the pulsing light throbbed like a heartbeat. Durin stared into its depths, and for a moment he saw something move inside the shard, a flicker of webbing, dark and delicate, like strands of a spider's web stretched across a night sky. Then the light flared. All 5 of them stumbled back, blinking as the room twisted. The walls pulsed, the humming grew louder, and then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The crystal floated still, unchanged. But something had changed. Durin looked around. Vela was holding her head, eyes wide. Freyrin had his axe drawn. Gnarly was muttering under his breath. Only Brock seemed steady, though his knuckles were white around the haft of his hammer. "What did it do?" Durin asked. "We weren't alone," Vela said slowly. "It showed us something. Not fully, but enough. It wanted us to see." "What?" Freyrin demanded. "The web." Durin turned sharply. "Web?" "Yes. This shard is no mere stone. It's a remnant. A piece of a prison, or perhaps a being, shattered long ago. I believe it's tied to Ungoliant." Brock snorted. "The spider from the old tales? The one that drank light?" "That's no tale," said Durin. "She was real. A creature of pure darkness, drawn from beyond the stars. She devoured the light of the two trees and fled into shadow." Vela nodded. "And I believe a fragment of her malice remains here. Perhaps hidden by the Valar, perhaps buried by the dwarves unknowingly, but it has waited. And now," Gnarly said darkly, "we've woken it." They debated then what to do, whether to destroy the shard, bury it deeper, or seal it once more. But none could agree, and as they spoke, they didn't notice the faint tendrils of darkness that began to coil near the ceiling, thin and nearly invisible against the gloom. Then the lights went out, not all at once, but in a ripple, like a wave of black snuffing every glow in the room. Their torches died. The crystal pulsed once, then stopped. Silence fell, absolute and crushing. Durin raised his axe. "Hold your ground." A faint sound echoed from the hall behind them, something light, like claws ticking on stone, and then a voice, soft and whispering, came from all around. "You brought fire to my womb. Now you shall feed it." Freyrin cursed. What was that? But there was no time to wonder. From the shadows above, something dropped. Something long-limbed and pale, with too many joints and no eyes. Durin struck first, his axe biting deep. Brock followed with a roar, smashing the creature into the stone with a single blow. Gnarly lit a sparkstone, flaring a brief light across the chamber, just long enough to reveal dozens of shapes crawling down the walls. They had awakened the web, and the cold vault would not let them leave easily. The battle in the cold vault raged in the dark, the air filled with the screech of metal and the high-pitched chittering of the shadow things. Durin swung his axe in wide arcs, feeling the jar of each strike as it cleaved into limbs that shattered like brittle wood. Beside him, Brock fought like a forge spirit unleashed, his hammer ringing with a deep clang every time it met bone. The creatures came without pause or order, flinging themselves from walls and ceiling, their limbs long and thin, their pale skin stretched like wax over an empty frame. They had no eyes, no mouths, yet they shrieked, a shrill noise that drilled into the skull and made thought falter. Gnarly, quick and clever, had ignited a bundle of oil-soaked cloth, thrusting it into the chamber's center. The flame burned high, casting a wavering light that bought them precious moments. In the flickering glow, Vela knelt beside the hovering shard, her fingers moving across the stone pedestal with care, tracing ancient runes that had long since faded from living memory. "They are not spirits," she called, her voice calm despite the chaos. "They are guardians, or what remains of them, bound to the shard. They are not alive in the way we understand, nor entirely dead." Freyrin let out a sharp breath as he crushed another creature underfoot, his axe rising in a spray of dark ichor. Tell them that, they don't seem to care. They care only for one thing, Vela replied grimly, her hand reaching for a rune carved low on the base. That we do not take it. Durin fought his way to her side, fending off a pair of spindly attackers that tried to lunge for her back. Then let us destroy it, he said, wiping sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. End this madness now. But Vela's hand stilled over the final rune. If we destroy it, without knowing what binds it, we may shatter the prison and free what sleeps within. She looked up at him, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. This isn't the source of the black light, it's a gate or a lock. Durin hesitated, axe in hand, as the implications settled over him. The black light, Durmazgal. It was not merely a sickness left behind by some forgotten evil. It was something deeper, something waiting. Suddenly, the flame Gnarly had lit, hissed, and flickered, drawing their attention. A fresh wind had entered the chamber, though no tunnel or doorway stood open. The fire bent low as if bowing to an unseen presence. Then they heard the whisper again, not from a single direction, but everywhere. It was as if the stone itself breathed. So long forgotten, yet you come with fire and song. You who sing to stone, you who wake the world. Durin took a step back, staring at the floating shard. It's not speaking, he said slowly. It's listening. Vela stood then, brushing dust from her knees. It's aware. More than that. It remembers, and now it sees us. Brock slammed his hammer into one last creature, which shattered into pieces that dissolved into mist. The rest of the shadow things, sensing something, began to retreat, crawling upward into the high blackness of the vaulted ceiling, vanishing into the gloom. Freyrin lowered his axe. What now? Do we run? Seal it again? Durin shook his head. We go deeper. The others stared at him, the silence nearly as loud as the whispering had been. Even Vela blinked. We came to cleanse Moria of its darkness, he said. We thought the Balrog was the deepest evil here, but we were wrong. This thing, whatever it is, it's older. And if we seal it again, it will still be here, growing stronger. Next time, it might not be us who finds it. It might be our children. Gnarly spoke up then, hesitantly. And if we fail, it might not be sealed again at all. Durin's jaw tightened. All the more reason to face it now, together. The corridor behind the shard had changed. What had once been smooth stone was now veined with threads of pulsing black and silver light, like roots buried in the deep earth. The walls shimmered faintly, and the cold was more intense, so sharp it stung exposed skin and left breath hanging in the air like smoke. They passed the shard, which no longer hovered, but had descended slowly back onto its pedestal. It remained cold and silent. Whatever intelligence it held had drawn back, retreating into slumber or deeper thought. The next chamber they entered was immense and low-ceilinged, carved in concentric circles that descended step by step toward a central basin of obsidian stone. The entire room glowed with the same unnatural light, and above the basin hung a mass of fine, glimmering threads, like spider silk stretched in impossible patterns, forming a web that shimmered not with dew, but with memory. Vela stared in wonder. This is no nest, she said. It's a design, a script. Durin stepped forward, examining the web. It moved subtly as if stirred by breath, though no wind blew. Can you read it? He asked. I don't know, she admitted, but I think it's showing us something. A story. As she spoke, the thread pulsed with a slow rhythm, and images began to form, shadows flickering across the silk. They saw the fall of the two trees, silver and gold pouring like rivers into the mouth of a vast, formless shadow. A great spider, immense and blacker than night, coiled around a mountain of light, devouring it strand by strand. Then came a battle in the void, flashes of light, figures without name, a shattering, fragments of shadow raining down into the world. One of those fragments fell into stone, fell into Khazad-dûm. Vela turned toward them, her voice low. It wasn't just darkness that fled after the fall of Ungoliant. It was her will, her hunger, broken into pieces. Gnarly stepped closer to the basin, and we've found one. The floor beneath them trembled, not sharply, not violently, but like something breathing, like the earth had lungs and they were standing upon them. From the far side of the chamber, a wall split open, not cracking or collapsing, but simply separating like a curtain parting. Beyond was a tunnel darker than night, where even the black light faded into nothing. Durin stepped to the edge. "I go forward," he said, his voice steady. "You may turn back now if you wish, but I will not leave this evil untouched, not while it still feeds on our halls." Brock gave a snort. "You think I've followed you all this way to run at a draft in the floor?" Freyrin only nodded, axe still in hand. Gnarly sighed, muttering something about madness and royal blood, but fell into step beside him. Vela was last to move, her eyes still on the shimmering web. She plucked one thread just once, and the whole pattern quivered, as if startled. "I think," she said quietly, "that it knows we're coming." Then they entered the tunnel, and the last light of the cold vault fell behind them. The tunnel swallowed them like the throat of the mountain, its walls rough and cold, untouched by chisel or tool. Even the light they carried, a blue flame held aloft in a lantern of veined mithril, seemed reluctant to stretch far ahead, as though the darkness pressed back against it. Durin led, his axe strapped to his back, and a short-bladed torch axe in hand, the flame licking faintly along its edge. The others followed in silence, their footsteps muffled by the thick dust underfoot. Time lost all shape in that place. There were no markings, no changes in the stone, no passage of air or sound to mark their movement. Vela occasionally touched the walls, murmuring under her breath in Khuzdul, and her muttering served as the only sound besides their own breath. It was impossible to know how far they had come, or how deep they now stood beneath the world. Then the passage began to change. First came the webs, no longer illusions or symbols, but true threads, thick and cold, stretching across the walls in clumps and curtains. They were not like the webs of forest spiders, nor even the monstrous filaments known to have once filled the woods of Mirkwood. These glistened black and silver, humming faintly when touched, as if strung tight with invisible music. They passed through one such curtain, brushing it aside carefully, and came into a narrow gallery of stone that curved away to the right. On either side, high upon the walls, stood carvings that none of them could explain. Half-familiar shapes, crouched and winged, twisted in the act of turning like beasts caught mid-transformation. Gnarly turned his lantern upward to see them better, but even he shook his head after a moment. "Not dwarven, not elvish either," he said quietly. "Maybe older than both." Frerin kept his axe ready, eyes scanning the walls. They looked like they were running or hiding, Brock muttered. The gallery opened into a domed chamber shaped like the inside of a cracked bell. The air was cooler here, and there was a faint mist that clung low to the ground. At the center stood a great stone slab, long and narrow, like a tomb. Around it circled more of the black threads, strung in such tight, perfect lines that they glimmered when seen from the corner of one's eye, yet vanished when stared at directly. Durin approached first, brushing dust from the surface of the slab. What he saw made him stop. "It's not a tomb," he said. "It's a door." The others gathered around. Vela ran her hand over the center of the stone, where faint symbols were carved. Neither letters nor runes, but impressions, as though claws or long fingers had scored patterns into soft rock that had later hardened. "This was sealed from the outside," she said, "not to keep someone out, but something in." Suddenly the stone beneath them gave a faint, tremulous hum. It was low, like the note of a deep horn heard from miles away, but it rang in their bones and made their skin prickle. Then a second hum answered it from somewhere below. Durin stepped back, his face pale beneath his beard. "That sound," he said, "I heard it before." Frerin looked at him sharply. "When?" "The Hall of Echoes. The night I saw the shadow on the wall." There was no time to speak further. The slab began to glow, not with light, but with absence. The stone darkened, turning deeper than shadow, and the mist recoiled from it as though drawn away by a breath unseen. The patterns carved into its surface writhed, reshaping themselves into a single spiraling knot that opened inward, drawing all light into itself. Then, with a hiss, like 1,000 spider legs on dry rock, the stone cracked straight down the center. From within came a sound, not loud, but immense. A sigh. The mist thickened at once, rushing outward in a ring as the slab parted. Inside was no crypt, no coffin. There was only an empty pit sloping down like a funnel, with walls strung in layer after layer of web, glistening and trembling in the lantern light. At its bottom, barely visible, was a single glimmering point of light, not white, not silver, black. "Durmazgal," Vela breathed. Gnarly backed away. "This is wrong." "That light, it's not light at all." Brock swung his hammer into the ground beside him, cracking the stone. "We destroy it now. Cave it in." "We can't," Durin said. "Look at the web. This isn't just some chamber. It's woven through the mountain. Collapse one part, and we may bring down all of Khazad-dûm." The light at the bottom began to pulse, and the web strands sang softly in answer, a sound so high-pitched it was more felt than heard. It grew louder by the second until the stone walls themselves began to resonate. Vela covered her ears, but Durin stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. "It's calling." "To what?" Frerin asked. "To us," Durin replied, "but not as enemies. It doesn't see us as threats. It sees us as..." He stopped. "Hosts," whispered Vela. Before anyone could answer, the web shivered, and something rose from the pit. At first it looked like smoke, coiling upward in a slow spiral, but it thickened as it climbed, forming limbs, shoulders, and the vague outline of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just the shape of something that had once known form, and now wore shadow like flesh. Durin stepped in front of the others, holding up his axe. "We are the children of stone," he said firmly. "You have no place here." The shadow paused, hovering in the air like a coiled storm. Then it spoke, not in words but in memory. Each of them saw something different. Durin saw the fall of Erebor, the death of Thorin Oakenshield. Brooke saw fire consuming the forges of Nogrod. Freyrin saw the tomb of Balin, left alone in the dark. Gnarly saw the empty halls of his forefathers, dust-covered and broken. And Vela saw nothing, only silence, a world without sound or light or memory. The voice wrapped around them like a cloak. I am what you leave behind. I am the shadow of pride, the echo of greed. I am the hunger beneath the stone. Then the chamber split open. The web tore, unraveling, as more tendrils of darkness spilled forth from the pit, snaking across the floor and walls, wrapping around the columns and creeping up toward the ceiling. The mountain groaned, and dust fell in thin sheets from above. Durin shouted, "Back! We fall to higher ground!" They turned and ran, the tunnel behind them already pulsing with black veins that moved and writhed. The glow from their lanterns flickered madly as they raced back through the curved gallery, past the strange carved figures, now lit by the black light rather than flame. But the darkness followed them, slithering and whispering, never quite touching, but always near. When they finally stumbled through the curtain of web into the cold vault, they found it transformed. The crystal shard still hovered, but now it shone with a deep, pulsing rhythm, matching the thing below. The web on the ceiling had grown thick and tangled, and a strange shape now hung at its center, wrapped in silk, a cocoon of vast size. Vela gasped. "It's not just a shard, it's a seed." Durin turned to the others. "We go to the forge hall. We take the fires of Durin's line and we burn this root out. All of it, or Moria will never be ours again." No one questioned him. The oath was made, and the black light pulsed behind them as they left, faster now, like a heart beginning to wake. They made their way back through the tunnels in haste, though it felt as if the very mountain were working to slow them. The paths they had followed down into the cold vault were now warped in strange ways, the stone slick where it had been dry, passages curving where they had once run straight. More than once they found themselves walking in circles, until Vela, with quiet resolve, laid her hand upon the wall and whispered a guiding word in Khuzdul. Each time she did, the path before them seemed to settle, the shadows lifting slightly, and they pressed forward with renewed purpose. None of them spoke of what they had seen in the chamber below, the visions, the whispering dark, the voice without form. They hung heavily in their minds, like the weight of unspoken doom. Durin's thoughts turned endlessly to the black light and to the vast cocoon suspended in the cold vault. A seed, that was what Vela had called it. But if it was meant to grow, then what would it become? What kind of thing needed to sleep for ages under stone, gathering strength from silence and time? As they climbed toward the heart of Khazad-dûm, the signs of corruption grew clearer. The black light was not confined to the cold vault. It had begun to spread. Thin veins of the shimmering darkness now ran like cracks through the upper walls, threading their way into storerooms and corridors that had once seemed untouched. Some of the dwarven runes etched into the walls had gone dim, their old protective power fading as the strange corruption crept past. They passed through the Hall of Gears, where once great mechanisms had turned to lift ore and stone from the deeper levels. Many of the chains now hung twisted and still, and some of the great wheels had broken free, lying shattered upon the floor. Broke paused once to touch the shattered rim of a forge wheel. These halls were built to last until the stars failed, he muttered, and now they groan like an old bridge in a storm. Stone alone cannot withstand what feeds on spirit, Vela replied softly. And this thing, this seed, it is feeding on more than stone. Durin stopped before the gate of the forge hall. The massive door was cast of dark iron veined with mithril, inlaid with the crest of Durin's line, a crown above 7 stars, and beneath it the head of a hammer. This was the oldest forge in Moria, carved long before the coming of the Balrog, a place sacred to the Longbeards. The fire within had been rekindled only months ago when Durin's people returned to the halls of their ancestors. Now they hoped it would be enough to purge a darkness far older than any dwarf. Freyrin shouldered the door open with a grunt. Inside, the forge hall flickered with orange light. Great channels ran through the stone floor, carrying molten iron between the forges. The heat pressed down on them, welcome and stifling all at once, and the air rang faintly with the old sounds of hammer and bellows. A dozen fire beacons burned across the chamber, tended by the few smiths who had remained above. When they saw Durin enter, they rose quickly and bowed. "My lord," one said, stepping forward. He was an elder dwarf with a soot-blackened beard and eyes sharp as a whetstone. "You returned sooner than expected, and not alone, it seems." Durin offered no greeting. "Gather your apprentices and seal the outer doors. No one comes or goes unless I say so." The smith hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Aye, my king." As the doors boomed shut behind them, Durin turned to his companions. "We must prepare for war." Brock leaned on his hammer, sweat already beading on his brow from the forge heat. "What kind of war are we fighting? The thing in the vault? It's not something you can break with steel and fire." "No," Durin agreed. "But the stone remembers. These forges were carved for more than weapons and tools. They were places of power. The old kings sang to the flame. It shaped their work and their will. We'll use that. We'll turn the forge song into fire that burns deeper than flame. Fire that burns the soul." Vela nodded slowly. "We'll need the black oil of Gundrak and gold-threaded ash bark if we're to shape the flame to our will. And the iron bell." Gnarly looked up sharply. "The iron bell? You mean to strike it again?" "It hasn't rung in over 1,000 years, Brock said, "and not since the fall of Durin the Sixth." "That bell was forged with words none speak now," Vela said, "but it was cast to wake the stone in times of great need. If the mountain still listens, it will answer." Durin looked across the hall, his voice quiet and sure. "Then we will ring it." The preparations began at once. Brock and Gnarly worked the forges, heating the metal and mixing it with sacred ash and black oil to create a substance that burned with a silver flame. Vela inscribed runes of warding and breaking onto iron rods, chanting low and steady as she worked, her voice threading through the din of hammers like a flute beneath thunder. Durin climbed to the high arch of the forge hall, where the iron bell hung silent between 2 pillars, carved in the likeness of the mountain's roots. The bell was massive, a slab of dark metal with 7 ridges that circled its crown, and a clapper shaped like a star. Dust coated its surface, and when he laid a hand upon it, it was colder than the deeps below. He drew his war axe and laid the flat of the blade against the bell's side. Then he sang. It was a low song, slow and deep, a song of waking and will, of fire buried in stone and light drawn from ash. The others fell silent as his voice echoed through the hall. It was the kind of song only the dwarves knew, fierce and mournful, proud and old. The fire dimmed slightly as he sang, the flames bending toward the sound. When the song ended, he raised the axe and struck the bell. The sound that followed was not loud, yet it filled every space, curling into corners and running down cracks, as though the mountain itself had been struck and answered in kind. A long, sonorous note rolled out from the bell and was met, far below, by a rumble. The forge fires flared white. Vela stepped beside him. "The mountain is heard. Now we must act quickly." Durin looked around at his companions. "We carry this fire into the cold vault. We burn the web, the seed, and whatever shadows remain. But know this, the thing we face will not burn quietly." "And if we fall?" asked Frerin, voice quiet. Durin met his gaze. "Then let our names be the last it hears, before the dark takes us." There was no bravado in his words, only grim resolve, the kind that had carried their kind through fire and flood, through exile and war. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm would not flee, and so beneath the living fire of the old forges, they prepared their last descent. By the time they set out from the forge hall, the ancient fire song still echoed faintly in the stone behind them. The heat of the bell's answer pulsed in their blood, like a forge, beating its steady rhythm, and for the first time since entering the lower deeps, the air around them seemed to hold back the pressing cold. Durin led the company with the iron bell's final note ringing still in his bones, the kind of sound that did not pass through ears alone but carved itself into marrow and spirit. Each of them carried something from the forge hall, gifts forged in haste but wrought with care and purpose. Vela held a pair of flame staves etched with silver runes, each bound with strands of gold-threaded ash bark. Humming faintly as though already alight, Gnarly bore a pack filled with fire oil and stone pitch, sealed tightly with wax. Broke had a war hammer bound in burning runes, its head glowing with faint heat. And Frerin, ever quiet, had taken up a double-bladed axe, sharp as truth and heavy as judgment. Durin himself wore a breastplate of blackened steel, overlaid with plates of old mithril, each etched with one of the 7 great names of the dwarves. Across his back was slung the torch axe, its flame banked low, its edge cold now but hungry. They moved quickly, descending the paths they had come before, though the mountain seemed altered in subtle ways. Some passages were narrower now, the stone pressing inward as if the roots of the earth were shifting to seal them in. The veins of black light had spread farther, running like sickness through the rock, and the temperature shifted wildly from step to step. First breathless heat, then a chill so deep it seemed to crack the air. Yet they pressed on, for the forge fire shielded them, and the bell had awakened something in the deep stone that stirred at their passage. When they reached the cold vault, they found it changed once more. The cocoon hanging in the center had grown larger, stretching down from the ceiling like the heart of a black flower, trembling with a rhythm that mimicked breath. The shard still hovered upon its pedestal, now wrapped in threads of web so fine they looked like fog spun into silk. A soft glow came from the cocoon, pale and slow, the color of dying embers. The whole chamber pulsed with a waiting stillness, like a held breath before a storm. Brock swore softly under his breath. "It's fed since we left." Vela nodded, her face pale. "The black light doesn't just spread. It consumes memory, song, warmth. It is growing by feeding on what Moria once was. The longer it remains, the more it becomes the mountain." Durin motioned for them to form a circle around the cocoon. "Then we give it something it cannot devour. Fire born of will, flame shaped by song." He stepped forward, planting the torch axe in the stone. Its flame flared high, white and gold, throwing sharp shadows across the vault. At his nod, Vela struck both flame staves together and whispered a word that rippled through the air like wind through harp strings. The ends of the staves lit at once, not in red or orange, but with a silver fire that shimmered without smoke. Gnarly unslung the pack and began spreading the oil and pitch in wide arcs, careful to avoid the webbed patterns on the floor, which trembled at the nearness of the flame. Freren kept his axe ready, eyes fixed on the cocoon, watching for movement. Brock took the rear, guarding the tunnel mouth where they had entered. They knew something would come, and soon. As the oil ignited, the room filled with a heat unlike anything the forges above could produce. This was not the heat of fire alone, but the heat of will, of crafted flame designed not to destroy, but to cleanse. The light from the burning oil reflected wildly in the silk of the web, and for a moment all was still. Then the cocoon shuddered. It split down the center with a sound like ice breaking underfoot, and from within spilled a substance not quite smoke, not quite flesh. It curled through the air in long, roiling ribbons, each strand whispering as it moved. The central mass unfolded like wings made of shadow and silence, and in its heart stood a shape. It was not a spider, though it wore the memory of one. Its limbs were long and jointed, its form more suggestion than substance. It was neither solid nor formless, clothed in layers of black web that shimmered with dim starlight. Where its face should have been, there was only a hole, a void that seemed to pull light into it. It stepped forward, unhurried, as though the fire surrounding it meant nothing. Durin raised his axe. "You are the darkness that lingered, the hunger that clung to stone. You have no name among the dwarves, no place in our halls." The thing tilted its head, not to listen, but to mock. Then it spoke, not with sound, but with understanding. "You dug too deep and woke nothing. I was already here." The webs in the chamber snapped taut. One strand coiled around Freren's ankle, pulling him from his stance, but he severed it with a sharp twist of his axe. Vela struck her staves together again, sending a ripple of silver fire outward that burned several threads to ash. Gnarly rolled a burning flask toward the creature, but it simply stepped aside, the flame curling around it without harm. Brock shouted, "Fire alone won't touch it." "No," Vela replied, "but fire guided by truth might." Durin stepped forward, placing one hand on the torch axe's haft. He began to sing, not words of battle or wrath, but of beginnings. He sang of Aule the Maker, who shaped the dwarves in secret, of stone shaped to hold memory, of the forging of Khazad-dûm in the days before the sun. His voice rang strong, low and full, and the flame responded, growing taller, clearer. The white fire touched the cocoon's silk and it blackened, then fell apart like brittle leaves. The creature recoiled just a step, but it was enough. Vela thrust both staves toward it, and the fire leapt, wrapping the thing in bands of burning silver. It screamed then, not aloud but in their minds, a sharp crack of pain that made them stagger. The webs recoiled as though afraid, and the walls of the chamber vibrated with the force of the sound. Durin pressed forward. "We burn you not for revenge, but for release." With both hands he swung the torch axe, striking the ground before the creature. The flame burst outward in a wave, sweeping beneath it, catching the writhing silk. The creature tried to rise, to retreat into the cracks above, but the fire had become too much. It clung now to every surface, following the runes carved in the stone, the song etched into the forge metal that had come with them. And then, slowly, the black light began to dim. The creature folded inward, its limbs curling around its hollow center. One by one, the webs caught flame, not just in the cold vault, but throughout the surrounding halls. They could feel it, the tremble of ancient threads burning, the poison being drawn out. With a final hiss, the creature collapsed into a heap of ash and silk. The shard on the pedestal shattered with a sound like breaking glass. A sudden gust of wind, hot and clean, swept through the vault, and the last of the webs vanished in flame. Silence followed, a true silence, not the waiting kind, not the haunted kind. Gnarly dropped to one knee, wiping sweat from his brow. "Is it gone?" Vela stepped forward and touched the blackened place where the creature had fallen. "Yes, the seed is dead. The black light is no more." Durin lowered his axe, heart pounding. "Then Khazad-dûm is free." And as the firelight danced on the stone, they knew it was not only free, but awake, cleansed by flame, held by song, ready at last to welcome its people home. The halls of Khazad-dûm had changed, not in the way shadows changed shape when firelight flickered, nor in the way a crack in the ceiling grew wider with age. The change was deeper, older, less a shift in stone and more a stirring in the heart of the mountain itself. Where once there had been a hush, like breath held too long, now there was stillness of a different sort, the kind that followed thunder or deep snowfall. It was not silence born of fear, but the kind that came after a burden had been lifted. Durin and his companion sat in the cold vault, now darkened by soot and scorched web, the air heavy with ash and the scent of old flame. No trace of the black light remained, not in the stone, nor the air, nor the edges of the deep webbed crevices that had once pulsed with its strange glow. Only the shattered remains of the shard still glittered faintly on the pedestal, and even that glitter was fading with each breath. For a long time, none of them spoke. It was Vela who finally broke the quiet, her voice low, not much louder than the crackling of a cooling forge. "The mountain feels lighter." Freyren, still gripping his axe, though it rested across his knees now, gave a tired nod. "Like a weight has been pulled from it. I never thought stone could feel grief, but now I'm not so sure." Brock snorted, but not unkindly. "Stone remembers everything, lad. You just have to know how to listen. What we burned down here wasn't just a creature. It was a sickness that fed on old sorrow. Maybe the mountain's been hurting longer than we've been alive." Gnarly rubbed his palms together, his fingers still singed at the edges from where the fire oil had caught too quickly. "If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised. If it took generations to heal, the darkness might be gone, but the scars won't vanish in a single night." Durin rose slowly and walked to the edge of the pedestal. The floor beneath it had cracked during the battle, and the very center of the vault bore the mark of the final flame. The runes he'd carved into the stone when they'd set the fire burning were now etched in deeper than he remembered making them, as though the fire had driven the words into the bones of the rock. He laid a hand gently over one of them and felt its warmth, a quiet thrum beneath his palm. "Then we start the healing today," he said. "We rebuild not just stone and forge, but memory. Let the halls ring with our voices again. Let our children grow here without fear." Vela came to his side and crouched to collect the pieces of the shard, wrapping them carefully in cloth before tucking them into a satchel reinforced with iron thread. "We should take these to the lore hall. They need to be sealed, watched, remembered." "You think it's possible? What happened here?" Gnarly asked, tilting his head toward the place where the cocoon had hung. "That more of those things are out there?" She gave a slow, grim nod. Ungoliant's end was never witnessed. Some say she devoured herself in despair, but even that tale is laced with mystery. If her essence was scattered like broken glass across Middle-earth, then perhaps this was only one sliver. We must be vigilant. They began their climb from the cold vault soon after. The way back felt shorter, though they moved with care, half expecting the shadows to creep again from the corners. But nothing stirred now. The webs that had clung to the stone like rot were gone, and the once slippery floors had dried, the air warming the deeper they rose. By the time they reached the seventh deep, they began to hear the sounds of pickaxes ringing and voices echoing from above. The workers of Khazad-dûm, who had remained in the higher levels during the expedition, had resumed their labors. The forges were alight again, not just with fire, but with purpose. When the five stepped into the Hall of Hammers, blackened with soot, yet alight with lanterns and bustling with activity, an elder smith ran to meet them, his eyes wide. "You came back through the lower halls?" he asked, glancing at their soot-streaked faces and singed gear. "The others said the air changed 2 days ago. Fires burned hotter, rock moved easier under tool, and the east wind stopped for the first time in years. We didn't know what to make of it." "We made war in the deep," Brock said, setting down his hammer with a tired grunt. "And the mountain answered." The smith bowed deeply to Durin, and slowly others came forward. Word spread quickly, as it does among dwarves, and within the hour the upper forges were filled with murmurs and songs of return. The tale would grow as all tales do, each retelling adding a stroke of glory, a spark of heroism, but the heart of it would remain unchanged. Durin and his companions had faced a darkness that predated even the Balrog and had returned victorious. Later that evening, the king sat alone in the Hall of Echoes once more. The great pillars stood silent around him, carved with the likenesses of kings long dead. The echoes of their voices did not come easily tonight, nor did he seek them. He had not come to ask, but to promise. He took the shard's wrappings from his satchel and laid them gently on the stone floor before the pillars. "This," he said softly, "is the last of her that shall ever walk our halls." He rested his hands on his knees and looked upward, not toward the ceiling, but toward the unseen sky that loomed beyond the stone. "Your line lives. Your halls breathe. Moria is awake." A quiet voice answered him, not one of the dead, but Vela's. She stood in the archway, her expression unreadable. "There's more still to uncover," she said. "Old roads sealed by fear, Deeps no map remembers. Durin nodded. Then we map them again. Light them, guard them. Let none of this happen again. Vela stepped forward and knelt beside the shard. I'll begin the bindings tomorrow. You've earned a rest, Durin said. I'll rest when the runes are written. He smiled faintly and let her be. Outside, beneath the great stone roof of Khazad-dûm, the dwarves lit a series of lanterns that stretched from the seventh deep to the gate of Durin. They sang as they worked, not loudly, but in low, steady voices. Songs of return, of rebuilding, of memory and fire. The black light had died, but memory lived on, and with it came wisdom. Not all evil could be slain in battle. Some had to be unmade, with time, song, and care. And as the lanterns flickered and the voices rose, the halls of Khazad-dûm, Durin's halls, their halls, breathed freely once more. For the first time in many ages, dawn crept across the gates of Khazad-dûm and found them open. The sun, gilded and pale with morning mist, struck the mirror and cast its light upward, touching the high stone lintel where runes of mithril had once glowed with pride. They shimmered faintly now, the faintest breath of power returning to them, as if even the mountain itself had begun to stir from its long sleep. Smoke rose gently from the upper forges, and dwarves moved about the paths once overgrown with moss and silence. Moria lived. Durin stood upon the threshold, not clad in royal armor or bearing the emblems of his house, but in a smith's coat and travel-worn boots. His hands were stained with soot, and his eyes shadowed from long days and longer nights. Yet he stood tall, and when the workers of the westward gate saw him watching the sunrise, they paused, removed their helms, and stood beside him in silence, shoulder to shoulder, as if the very moment required witnesses. Behind them, the mountain breathed. Vela worked in the Hall of Records now, where scrolls had sat sealed for centuries, many eaten away by damp and mold. What could be read was scarce, and what could be trusted even scarcer. But she was patient, her hands swift and careful, and her mind as sharp as any blade forged in the halls. She'd taken the fragments of the Blacklight's shard and sealed them in a runic vessel of stone, locked with a cipher so old it had taken even her days to recall the patterns. The vessel was kept in the deepest vault of the Library of Thrain, where only 3 keys existed, one in Durin's possession, one held by Vela herself, and one sealed in the Iron Council's archives. The Shadow's bones are broken, she had told Durin as she delivered the vessel to its resting place. But if ever one comes seeking what was lost, we must be sure the bones do not sing again. Gnarly had taken command of the scouts, who now patrolled the reclaimed halls. No longer were the tunnels silent and haunted. The scouts lit blue lanterns wherever they passed, marking new corridors, recording tunnels thought collapsed but still open. They mapped each turning with care, marking every wall with fresh runes, clear, clean, carved deep. He led his runners without fear, though he never passed near the cold vault without touching the iron band at his wrist 3 times and murmuring a brief prayer to Mahal. Brock, now half healed from his burns, returned to the forge hall with renewed fury. His hammer rang louder than any other, and his apprentices followed him with eager step, learning quickly that he was twice as hard to please since their descent into the deep. But the weapons and tools that now came from Brock's line bore a new quality, not just in balance and weight, but in feeling, They carried with them something forged in fire and darkness and pulled into the light again, as if the spirit of Moria itself had bled into the metal. Brock rarely spoke of what they'd fought, but once, when an apprentice asked what gave his new blades such edge, he replied without looking up, "They remember." Frerin, quiet as ever, chose not to settle in any one place. He drifted between the lower halls and the upper dwellings, never idle, never resting long. The warriors who now formed the King's Guard looked to him first, not just because he had fought in the cold vault, but because his eyes had changed. They held no fear, no doubt, only a stillness, like the depth of stone beneath the mountain's roots. He spoke rarely, but when he did, the others listened. As for Durin, he bore the burden of leadership without complaint. Each day, new halls were opened, and each day, new questions arose. Traders from Erebor arrived with cautious hope, offering aid and counsel. Messages came from King Elisar in Gondor, requesting reports on the mountain's health and security. Even the elves of Lothlorien, though dwindled in number, sent word from across the Anduin, asking whether the darkness truly had passed. Durin answered each with honesty. He made no grand claims. He did not boast of conquest or cleansing. "The dark is broken," he wrote, "but it is not forgotten. We live with its memory, and we stand watch." On the eve of the first festival to be held since the reclamation began, Durin stood once more in the Hall of Kings, where the thrones of his forefathers had sat for generations. The great seat of Durin the Deathless had been restored, its arms polished, its base recarved. Behind it, banners now hung, not the old ones, moth-eaten and faded, but new standards sewn in the old design, bearing the hammer and crown, the 7 stars, and the gate of Moria open beneath them. 1,000 dwarves stood below the throne, warriors and smiths, miners and rune masters, all gathered beneath the towering pillars. The hall was bright with flame, and its ceiling echoed with quiet anticipation. Durin raised a single hand, and the hall fell still. "My kin," he said, his voice strong, though it carried the weight of long silence. "You know where I've been. You know what we faced. But I will not speak to you of shadow tonight. I will speak of fire, the fire that never died in our halls, though it burned low, the fire that we carried on our backs when we wandered, exiled, the fire we kindled again with hammer and hope." He paused, his eyes moving across the crowd. "We returned to Moria, not to reclaim what was lost, but to remember who we are. That memory was nearly devoured, but we have taken it back. And now, let the world know, Khazad-dûm lives." Cheers rang through the hall, echoing up to the domed ceiling and bouncing down again in a roar like the strike of thunder. Hammers clanged against shield rims, boots stamped upon the stone, and the flames rose higher in the braziers until the whole chamber gleamed like the heart of a forge. As the feast began, Durin sat not upon the great throne, but at a long table among his companions. Vela raised a goblet carved from obsidian, its rim inlaid with silver, and passed it to him. "To fire," she said. "To memory," added Gnarly. "To stone," said Brock. Frerin said nothing, only lifted his own goblet and drank. Durin raised his cup high. "To the deep that could not keep us, to the halls that called us home." And so the halls of Khazad-dûm, once a place of sorrow and silence, rang once more with laughter, music, and the clatter of feast. The black light had come, crept, and been cast down. and now the halls belonged to the dwarves once more. But even in joy, Durin never forgot the cold breath of the thing in the deep. He would often pause in quiet moments, feeling the air or studying the stone, listening, not for voices or shadow, but for the silence. And as long as it remained still and empty, he stood at peace. Yet in the deepest vault of the lore hall, sealed behind runes and iron, the vessel containing the fragments of the shard sat quiet and cold. And sometimes, only once in many months, the runes upon its lid would faintly shimmer as if catching a light that no flame had cast. And when it did, Vela would come, lay her hand upon the stone, and whisper words that the mountain alone could hear, and the vessel would sleep again. In the days that followed the first great festival, the rhythm of Khazad-dûm settled like a melody rediscovered. The mines were reopened with caution and precision, their veins rich with promise, though none dared dig deeper than the 12th deep. The lowest levels remained sealed by Durin's decree, guarded not just by iron gates and fire-marked stone, but by songs, new ones, sung by the children of smiths and miners, verses taught from cradle to anvil, songs that warned against hunger with no shape and light that gave no warmth. The rebuilding was not swift, but it was sure. Pillars long broken were lifted anew, their capitals carved with stories of the deep war. The Hall of Gears turned once more, its chains singing as they lifted ore to the furnaces above. Gardens were sown in high halls, where light filtered through clefts in the mountain, and water was brought from deep springs to feed cisterns and washing pools. Bells rang each morning, echoing through the stone like a heartbeat, and the voices of children echoed again in corridors, once silent as tombs. Yet not all work lay in the open. In a quiet forge set far from the main halls, Vela continued her studies. She had moved much of the oldest lore from the records hall to her new chamber, where no lantern burned unless she lit it, and no dwarf entered unbidden. Here, under her careful hand, the fragments of the black light shard were not simply locked away. They were studied, word by word, thread by thread. She worked not to awaken them, but to understand them, to build the knowledge that would be needed should another shard be uncovered elsewhere in the world. For she believed, in the depths of her sharp mind and sharper instinct, that the seed they had burned was not the only one. It was on such a day, while she studied a fragment that shimmered faintly under moon glass, that a visitor came. He did not knock. Instead, he stood at the threshold, silent until she sensed him and turned. Durin stepped into the room slowly, his shadow stretching across the stone floor, like the arm of the mountain itself. "You've been down here too long," he said gently. "The fires miss your voice." Vela gestured towards the scroll-strewn table, her hands stained with ink and faint ash. "The fires are well tended. The runes on this shard change subtly every season. They pulse with something, not malice, not quite, but memory. A memory that wants to be known." Durin approached, glancing at the shard beneath the glass. "Even memory can be dangerous." She gave him a rare smile. "So can forgetting." They spoke for some time then, not as king and runesmith, but as kin, about what had passed and what might still come. Durin confessed, quietly, that some nights he dreamt of the cold vault. Not as it had been during the battle, but as it had been before, when he had first heard the whisper and seen the shadow on the wall. In those dreams, the voice was never quite the same, and the shadow was sometimes taller, sometimes closer, but the feeling never changed. It was the feeling of being watched by something ancient enough to have forgotten what it once was, and dangerous because of it. Vela nodded. The shard may be dormant, but I believe it's listening. Not always, not with intent. Like a deep-rooted tree listening to wind, it cannot reach. Durin's gaze lingered on the glass, his fingers resting on the hilt of the axe at his side. Then we plant no more such trees, not in this soil. She made no reply, but her eyes told him she agreed. Above, the mountain moved on. The first caravans from Erebor arrived through the Dimrill Gate, laden with tools, grain, and oaths of alliance. King Thorin's stone helm, old now and broad as a shield wall, sent with them a letter sealed in red wax, offering the full support of the Iron Hills and Erebor, should Khazad-dûm ever again fall under shadow. The deep is strong again, he had written, and you have made it so. Durin read those words aloud to his council, but afterward he sat alone in the hall of the hammer for a long while. He stared into the great forge where white fire licked the stone and wondered how long the peace would hold. He did not wonder out of fear. Rather, he knew that peace was a gift, not a guarantee, and like all things shaped in Middle-earth, it must be tended. That same night, as the fires died down and the halls quieted once more, a strange occurrence took place in one of the upper tunnels, one of the newer ones that had been opened near the old Way of the Watchers. A pair of miners, young and unseasoned, had been sent to inspect a crack in the wall, thought to lead to a long-forgotten storage chamber. They had brought tools and lanterns, their boots thick with dust, and their packs light. Only one returned. His name was Thalri, and he was pale as chalk, his beard singed at the tips, his voice hoarse. He stumbled into the hall of warding in the middle of the night, crying that the stone had whispered that Ralden, his cousin, had vanished through a narrow passage where no passage had been moments before. He claimed he had heard a chime like the ringing of fine glass, and then seen a faint shimmer on the wall, like the ripple of heat above a forge. When he had tried to pull Ralden back, something cold had touched his wrist, cold and dry, like the breath of a forgotten tomb. The guards found no sign of a second tunnel, no shimmer, no mark, not even Ralden's tools. But on the stone where Thalri had placed his hand, they found a faint residue, dust that glowed black in the firelight like soot from a lantern that had never held flame. The report reached Durin before sunrise. He held it for a long while, reading it 3 times before setting it down. Then he rose, donned his armor, not the ceremonial one, but the one still bearing scratches from the cold vault, and made his way to Vela's chamber. She was already waiting for him, standing beside the glass case where the shard fragments lay, her face solemn. "I know," she said before he spoke. "It's begun again." Durin's jaw tightened. "I thought we had ended it." Vela gave a slow, grave shake of her head. "We ended a seed, but not the seed. Something more remains. Perhaps not here, perhaps not now, but it knows us. It remembers." Durin nodded once. "Then so must we." And as the first bell of morning tolled across the 7 levels, echoing through the golden-lit streets of Moria, the fires of Khazad-dûm were stoked not only with coal and flame, but with vigilance. For peace is not kept by strength alone, but by memory, and they would not forget. The sun had risen twice more before they dared return to the place where Thalri claimed the stone had moved. A team of 5 was sent, each chosen with care. Freyrin led them, his axe sharpened anew and slung across his back, his boots heavy on the stone. Beside him walked two of the king's guard, Rurik and Denny, both grim-eyed and steady-handed, while behind them came Vela and Thalri, the latter wrapped in a heavy cloak, his face still pale, his steps uncertain. He had insisted on returning, saying he could find the exact place if he saw it again. No one had argued, though several had warned him that the stone might not welcome him back. They passed through 3 levels of the upper workings, down into tunnels that had only recently been opened. Here the dust was thick, the air cool, with the scent of deep rock, untouched by forge heat or fire smoke. The miners had carved the way carefully, their cuts clean, but the walls still bore the weight of ages, and the ceilings were low enough that Freyrin had to stoop as they walked. "This is the spot," Thalri whispered at last, stopping beside a jagged crack in the eastern wall. It was no wider than a man's shoulder, and the stone around it was oddly smooth, as though it had once been melted and then hardened again. He raised a trembling hand and pointed. The shimmer came from there. Ralden touched it, laughed. He thought it was some kind of crystal, and then it opened, just enough for him to slip through. But when I reached for him, it was gone, like the rock swallowed him. Freyrin approached the wall and ran his gloved hand over the surface. It was cool, but not cold. He tapped it twice, then pressed his ear against it. The stone answered with the deep silence of unbroken depth. Still, something itched at the back of his thoughts, a feeling like the echo of a forgotten name. He stepped back. "Vela," he said, turning to her. "What do you see?" She knelt by the crack and unpacked a small bundle of tools. No chisels or picks, but instruments of glass and rune-etched bone. One by one she touched them to the stone, whispering under her breath. The third tool, a thin rod of polished obsidian, hissed when it touched the crack. A faint trace of dark mist curled from the stone. "There was a passage here," she murmured, "but not made by tool or time. This was a fold, like fabric drawn back and smoothed again. A distortion in the stone." Freyrin frowned. "A gate?" "Not quite. More like a scar reopening." Thalri stepped back, his face turning gray again. "It tried to take me too. I think it wanted to know who had broken the shard." Vela stood slowly, brushing her hands clean on her robe. Then something still lingers in the deep that remembers the shard and mourns its loss, or fears it. Either way, it means the black light was not a lone flame. Freyrin glanced behind them, the tunnel now quiet, the shadows long in the torchlight. "We need to seal this, and not just with stone." Vela agreed. That night she returned to the tunnel with a small team of rune carvers and began to etch a binding script into the rock. It would take 2 days to complete, and until then, no dwarf was permitted within 3 corridors of the crack. Still, despite their caution, whispers began to spread. They always did. Stories of vanishing passages and flickering lights passed from forge to forge, growing in detail with each telling. Some said that Ralden had returned, seen near the lower cisterns, eyes black as pitch, muttering in a tongue no dwarf had spoken. Others claimed that the stone itself had wept one morning, thin rivulets of black water trickling from cracks near the old vault gates. The older workers dismissed it as nonsense, but the younger ones listened with wide eyes and low voices. Even in the warmth of restored halls, the memory of the deep darkness had left its mark. Durin watched all of this carefully. He did not try to stop the tales. Dwarves had long memory and strong minds, and fear was not unfamiliar to them, but he took note of which corridors grew quiet, which workers asked to be reassigned, and which guards reported dreams that left them pale at dawn. Late one evening, he walked alone to the Hall of Song. It was a place carved long ago when Khazad-dûm had first risen, before Mithril had been mined or forges built. Its walls bore no weapons, no thrones, only carvings of mountains and rivers, stars and moons. It was where the dwarves had once sung their lineages into the stone, believing that the mountain itself would remember them. The hall had stood silent since the fall, untouched by time or battle. Durin entered with quiet steps, his lantern casting a golden glow on the ancient runes. He stood for a long time beneath the carving of Durin the Deathless, the first of his line, and laid a hand on the pillar beneath the figure's feet. "I thought we had done enough," he said softly, not expecting an answer. "I thought we'd broken its hold." The silence of the hall did not press on him as it had in the past. It waited, listening. He spoke again. "But it remembers, and it reaches." Behind him, a voice answered, "All that lives leaves echo." Durin turned. Vela stood in the archway, her hands folded, her eyes watching him. He gave a nod. "How bad is it?" "Not yet terrible," she said, "but not gone either." The gate was not random, it was a response. "To what?" he asked. "To hope," she said simply. "To fire, to the sound of Moria's heart beating again." Durin sighed. "Then it will keep coming." "Yes," she said, "until it is sure we are no longer afraid, or until we teach it to be." He smiled faintly at that. "I don't think I've ever heard you speak of fear like it can be taught." She stepped into the hall, her boots quiet on the polished stone. "Everything can be taught, even the dark." They stood there a while, king and runesmith, listening to the walls. When they left, the lantern light faded, and the Hall of Song returned to its long, patient stillness. But far below, beyond the sealed gates and fire-marked stone, in a place where even echo refused to travel, something stirred. It was not a shape nor a sound. It was a question. It was one that had no voice and no form, but passed like breath between cracks in the rock. Who lit the fire? And more importantly, who will keep it burning? The following weeks brought no new vanishings, no further signs of passage through stone or whispering cracks. And for a time the hum of hammers and the clang of picks rose higher than unease. Durin encouraged the return to work with quiet strength. Never issuing commands, he would not follow himself, often seen walking among the miners, shoulder to shoulder with them, inspecting tools or pausing to listen, as someone described a newly opened chamber or vein of untouched ore. The people of Khazad-dûm loved their king, not for his crown, but because he labored beside them and bled as they had bled. Yet not all was soot and silver. The barrier Vela had carved around the wall near the crack held firm, its runes etched deep and inlaid with powdered iron and ashwood sap, burning faintly with a warmth only a trained hand could feel. Nothing stirred beyond it, no lights shimmered, no echoes answered the quiet, but both she and Durin knew that stillness was not the same as safety. It was patience, waiting. That was why, when the message came from the eastern watchtower, Durin left the council meeting at once. The runner, a wiry youth with soot-streaked cheeks and boots caked in dry mud, met him just outside the hall of the anvil. He bowed quickly and pressed a rolled parchment into Durin's hand. "They've seen something," he said, his voice quick with breathless urgency. "Not inside the halls, outside in the Dimrill Dale." Durin broke the seal and read. The note was brief, marked in the hand of Balinor, the commander of the East Gate outpost. At dawn, scouts had reported a shape, tall, robed, moving along the edges of the lake that mirrored the sky. It had not come near the gate, nor answered the calls of the watchman. It had simply stood there as though listening, and then it vanished behind the stones near the water's edge. No tracks were found, no footprints, no signs of approach or departure, only the faint scent of burnt air. Durin turned the message over in his hand, then folded it with care. He did not hesitate. By noon, he rode out through the east gate astride a broad-beamed mountain pony, gray and sure-footed, with Frerin and 2 guards at his side. The air outside was sharp, clean with the scent of autumn's turning, and the sky above the peaks was clear. The mirror shone like a pool of sky caught in the valley's hand, undisturbed by wind. And yet the scouts at the tower had not imagined what they saw. Durin could feel it even as they approached the quiet banks. He dismounted near the standing stones, the very place where his forefathers had once paused to look into the lake and see Durin's crown reflected in the stars. The water lapped gently at the rocks, clear and deep. No tracks marred the shore, though the guards had not touched the ground since the sighting. He moved carefully, scanning the stones. Then he saw it. Not a shape, not a mark, but a discoloration on the ground. A patch of earth just beyond the ring of stones, where grass had withered in a perfect circle, and the stone beneath it bore a faint scorch. No flames had touched it, and no heat lingered, yet the air above it rippled ever so slightly, as though resisting the wind. Frerin stepped beside him. "It's like the air doesn't want to move here." Durin knelt and ran 2 fingers through the edge of the circle. The earth crumbled to dust. "Whatever was here," he murmured, "wasn't born of stone." They camped that night near the outpost, watchfires burning high and bright, and Durin remained awake long after the others had retired. He stood by the gate, gazing out across the valley, wondering whether the shadow they had defeated had truly been the end, or only the beginning. He had hoped, after the battle in the cold vault, that they had closed the final door. But doors could open again, especially if something or someone had learned how to knock. In the morning, a raven came from Erebor. Its wings were dusted with snow, and it carried a message bound in iron thread. Durin broke the seal as the dawn lit the mountaintops with fire. The letter was written by Thrain, son of Thorin Stonehelm, and it spoke of a disturbance beneath the eastern spurs of the Iron Hills, rumblings in the deep, and one collapsed mine where no natural cause could be found. Strange dreams had come to the miners, dreams of webs, of crawling things, of lights that gave no warmth. And then, a final line written in a hand that pressed hard into the page. "We found a shard, smaller than the first, perhaps, but singing." Durin stood in silence, the parchment held tightly in his hand. A shard in the Iron Hills. That confirmed it. What they had fought in Khazad-dûm was not the last remnant of Ungoliant's hunger. It was merely the nearest. He returned to Moria with haste, sending ravens ahead to Vela and Gnarly with orders to prepare the lore hall for council. When he arrived, the halls were already humming, not with fear but with energy. Word had spread, though he had not spoken it aloud, and the dwarves had not fallen into panic. Instead, they prepared. Forges burned hotter. Armor was checked and runes re-etched. Scouts reported for new assignments without being asked. They remembered. The meeting in the lore hall was brief. Vela confirmed the possibility that Ungoliant's power had splintered and spread, embedded like seeds in the deep places of the world. Gnarly shared reports from other trading posts, tales of silence in tunnels, of whispers in stone, and more than one mention of creatures seen only in the corner of one's eye. They all agreed. It was not over. Durin stood before them weary but unbent, the weight of memory and kingship upon his shoulders. "This is no longer about Moria alone," he said. "We woke something when we relit the forges, when we sang to the stone again. It heard us. Others will too. We did not choose this burden, but we will bear it." He looked around the table at warriors, smiths, scouts, scholars, each bearing scars of fire and loss. "We are dwarves of Khazad-dûm. We endure. We dig deep, and we do not flee the dark. But now we must be more than builders. We must be watchers, guardians. For if there are more shards out there, more roots of that ancient hunger, they will rise when least expected." He turned to Vela. "We need a name for what we have begun." She was silent a moment, her gaze steady, before she said, "The Order of the Black Flame." Durin nodded. "So be it. Let the mountains know our oath, and let the dark learn to fear it." And so, in the deep halls of Moria, beneath stone long silent, a new chapter began, not one of war alone, but of vigilance. The Order of the Black Flame was born, and with it, the fire that would stand against the cold shadow that still lingered, scattered and waiting. They had broken the black light once. They would do it again. The Order of the Black Flame was not announced with great fanfare, nor marked with feast or festival. Its founding was written quietly in the ledgers of the King's Chronicle, recorded not as a proclamation but as a note of purpose, yet word spread nonetheless, carried from smith to scout, whispered in the deep halls where forge light danced and memory lingered. Those who had seen the black light, who had felt the tremble of darkness coiling through stone, knew what it meant, and those who had not simply nodded and returned to their work, trusting in Durin's wisdom as they had in fire and steel. The members of the order were chosen carefully, dwarves who had faced the deeps without flinching, rune carvers with steady hands, lore keepers who knew the old songs by heart. They were not warriors alone, though many bore weapons. They were not scholars alone, though most had spent time with the stone-bound scrolls. They were listeners, watchers, preservers of memory and fire, and they wore no badges of office save one, a narrow braid of black and red bound with a silver thread, worn at the shoulder. A quiet sign, unnoticed by most, but recognized by those who needed to. Vela, ever watchful, took her place as the Order's lore warden, charged with recording signs and safeguarding the knowledge unearthed in the deep. She trained a circle of scribes to trace tremors in the runes, to read the veins of the mountain like maps of breath and thought. They learned to sense when stone turned sour, to measure the air for things that eyes could not see. Her chamber, once a quiet forge, became the vault of watchers, where relics of shadow were locked away beneath layered wards and walls of rune-inscribed iron. No one entered without her presence. No one asked to. Frerin led the shield-bearers, those assigned to accompany scouting teams, into newly opened corridors. He trained them with a blade and a stare, drilling into them not just skill but resolve. "You are not here to fight shadows," he told them. "You are here to make sure others come back from where shadows lie." He spoke rarely, but his voice held weight, and his eyes never missed a lie or a flicker of fear. Under his command, not one patrol was lost. Brock, though he grumbled, at the time stolen from his forge, began crafting tools and weapons specifically for the Order. His firebrands, compact rune-inscribed cylinders that flared with silver flame when shattered, became standard issue for deep runners. He reforged old axes, layering them with mithril and spell iron, and even designed a new kind of armor, lighter and more flexible, designed not for open battle but for silent halls where things moved without breath. As for Durin, he remained at the mountain's heart. The king did not vanish into ritual or vanish behind stone doors. He was seen often in the upper halls, speaking with traders, inspecting new buildings, asking after the health of those who'd taken ill. Yet every night he returned to the cold vault, not through its true gate, now sealed behind 7 layers of warded iron, but through a tunnel carved discreetly from the side, known only to a few. He would stand there in the shadow of that great empty chamber, now quiet and cold, and he would remember. Sometimes he would speak to the stone, not loudly, not in the tongue of kings or the chanting of priests, just quiet words, offered like embers to a hearth. "We are still here." One evening, weeks after the Order's founding, a runner arrived at the southern gates. He was a stranger, tall for a dwarf, with wild eyes and a long scar across his brow. He came from the Blue Mountains, bearing news that would later fill the ledgers of the Black Flame with new pages. "I was in the low veins near the Stonefoot River," he said, drinking water in ragged gulps. "We were digging beneath the 4th rise when the earth cracked and a tunnel opened. Too perfect to be natural. We found webs, but not the kind that catch flies. Threads like iron humming with cold. One of the lads touched them and his eyes turned black as pitch. He muttered words I'd never heard and tried to strike me with his pickaxe. The runner bore with him a shard, not glowing, not singing, but marked with lines of silver blackened at the edges. Vela took it in silence and sealed it in the vault before nightfall. Within days, Durin had sent 3 teams westward, one to the Blue Mountains to confirm the tale, one to Erebor, where Thrain's men had unearthed the first singing shard, and one to the far south, toward the White Mountains, where old tales spoke of hollow spaces deep under stone, too smooth to be natural. The Black Flame had become more than a watchtower. It had become a web of its own, not one of shadow, but of memory, a net woven to catch echoes before they became voices. Durin's hope was not to seal the darkness away again, but to unmake it piece by piece wherever it reached. In the months that followed, dwarves across Middle-earth began to speak of a change, not loud, not sudden but steady. Old tunnels long avoided were being mapped anew. Creatures of shadow that once lingered in deep woods or cold barrows vanished without a trace, and wherever something strange stirred beneath the stone, it was said the dwarves came swiftly, bearing no banners, only fire. Years passed. The halls of Khazad-dûm were filled again. Children ran laughing through the corridors. Songs were sung not only of the glories of Durin the Deathless or the gold of Erebor, but of the fire below and the king who burned it away. The cold vault became a sacred place, visited only once each year, on the day of waking. On that day, a single flame would be lit at its center, a reminder that even in darkness, fire remembers. Durin grew older, as all mortal kings must. His beard turned silver, and the scars on his hands deepened. Yet he remained strong, and his memory sharper than steel. In his final years, he wrote many scrolls, not histories alone, but letters to those who would come after him. In one of them, sealed in the vault of watchers, he wrote, "The darkness is not destroyed. It never is. But we are not its prey. We are not its children. We are its fire." When he passed, the forges burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and all hammers were still. His tomb was carved in the Hall of Kings beneath the rune of the Black Flame, and beside him were buried the first scrolls of the Order, bound in fire-treated leather. His son took up the crown with the same steady hand, and the Order endured. It endures still. Beneath the mountains, beyond the light of sun and moon, the fire still burns, and should the black light rise again, it will not find the world sleeping. It will find it ready